There we go. Hello! As usual, I'm miserable at both starting and ending streams, but today I am 25% to go to cap on my gunslinger, and nothing is going to stop me from achieving the goal of hitting cap level on another character today. I used an Elite Guardian sprite last night to encourage myself to finish before too late today, so just gonna... basically the same thing I did when I was on my Whip Master, so... Alright, so our main objective is, of course, to get to cap level, meaning that we have to move in the most efficient way possible. And that's going to mean doing the daily quests, and I think it's the day that I dislike the daily quests. And once we get, I think, through 5 maps or so, we'll head over on into dungeons and just spend a while running those. The reset is in 2 minutes, so it would make more sense to start by running dungeons right now before the reset, at least one, but... nah. Yeah, so this is the day that I don't like the quests. That's fun. But quests still are the most efficient way to level up. The other thing is that I think for the most part today I will be using a controller. It feels like I've been having a lot of wrist pain lately, probably because too much work and too much games, so using a controller helps a lot with that. It does slow me down a bit though. Oops. Also, I did clear off the majority of the coffee from my desk because I get the feeling I'm gonna need some more space to add some more today. No. Nope. Yeah, I think 5 maps and then we'll just head on into the dungeons. That way we'll have 5 quests. That's the Fishing Association. Yeah, we're not going to do fishing quests. Oh, hello, Chicken. I've seen you've been talking a lot about HVE lately. You working on your achievements for kills or something? Ah, Valor card. Oh, is that for like the weapons? The PvP weapons to give to the Eidolons? Yeah, see, usually what I do, and this is because I raised too many characters, you get 500 on each character as you're leveling them up, so I usually just buy them on all my alts. If you need more than 500, that's just like a couple days of the, that quest that's in Star Sand Desert. Actually, I haven't done the quest in Star Sand Desert for a while. How many do you need? Oh, I guess if you need it for breakthrough, yeah, that's a lot more. Fair enough, yeah. If you're still gathering up all those Eidolons LPs, but definitely better spent there than on breakthroughs. Well, I guess all I can say is good luck then. These are so spread out. And I'm gonna put that on the Tilla. $1% down. We're gonna be at 25 through 25% no time flat, huh? Actually, I wasn't paying attention to the exact percent I was when I started. There we go. Where's my coffee? I was smart and made a water bottle full of iced coffee today. But I've noticed that it's extremely noisy when I pick it up, so I'm trying to pour it into a smaller cup here. So, let's hope I don't spill any. Because I have a tendency to do that when I use cups. I have everything on, right? Yeah, so I'm using an Elite Sprite and the contract, although I suppose I have one of these. Yeah, I may as well use a Heart of Emissary. None of these other ones have quests. Oh, but that one's move speed. I just got some event buffs that have been sitting in my inventory here. If I hit cap level, it's not like I have any other use for them anyway. And I should probably do Dimension Hall before I start doing dungeons. I'd hate to leave it for the end and then waste some of the biggest boost. Yeah, that 8-minute experience book. I'm gonna miss running on guns. She's definitely weaker than my whip was. Like, my whip was definitely able to take down bosses faster, but it's so much easier gathering up mobs on this one. So, I'm gonna miss it. Hi, Lundlings. I was thinking about using one of the, or rather, not one of, but the Link emblem that they handed out today. Hello, SKT Ray. I am absolutely planning on playing it. Whether or not that's long term is really going to depend on how the changes feel, but I'm definitely going to play it. And, well, first off, I'm hoping to get a day off work so that I can play it first day and do some streaming and share what it's like, but also by using the, what do you call it? Those, the links for the pre-registration, I have got my hands on 2 extra sets of the rewards for getting 10 people to use a code. So I'm planning on giving away the second set, or the 2 copies of the Muramasa's key that are, like, prizes for, stuff. Hello, Kiko. And do you have a vendetta against IT? Hopefully not. Are you guys facing each other down in the Holy versus Evil? Alright. 2% done, and I think I am just going to quickly hop over to Dimension Hall before we do dungeons. I'll definitely play both. There is a 0% chance that I would abandon all the progress that I've made over a decade on this game over a new one. But I do want to see what they've got going on in the new one. So I'll give it a fair shake. We'll put it that way. I don't know whether or not I'll stick with Impact long term. One of the things I thought was really interesting is that when I was speaking with some people that have played the other, like, I guess you want to call them re-releases of the X Legend MMOs where they did global versions, is they still kept like separate servers for all the different regions, and it feels like that's a missed opportunity to just have everybody all together in one place. So it'll be from the sounds of it, we should expect it to be one launcher connecting to a couple different servers. And I don't know, I feel like it might be more fun if everybody was all together on one, and that might have a lot more incentive to stick around long term than if it's just another, like, I guess we'll say Europe and America server separate from a Japan server, separate from a Taiwan server, which is what it sounds like they did for the other re-releases that they've made for their other old MMOs. The other thing we can say based on the way that they've treated their other re-releases is that they never, like, they didn't stop doing updates for the original games. Oh, there you go, put that there. Am I on the wrong controller profile? Hold on. Here's my controller profile. Yes, there we go. Number 4 is for guns. There we go. Oh, shoot, why am I not using all my experience stuff? 1, 2, 3. I may as well throw these on. That'll probably help more. I should probably use some food. And of course I'm out of gun buffs, so we'll throw on a bard one. Alright, there we go. The game that I'm playing right now is the official X Legends server. It's actually, I mean, you can say it's the North American one, but it's the combined 4 area servers. So they added together the German, Spanish, French, and English servers, and we're all together in one now. So combining it all together did a pretty good job of like revitalizing the population. So it's a pretty good time to start, is what I would say. But if you were thinking about playing, it's probably a good idea to start with Impact once it comes out, because it'll have a lot more of everybody on the same foot, right? Yeah. Focus. So I am playing with a controller right now, which means that it's a little bit harder for me to specifically target what I want to, because I have to rely on tab targeting. And that's my way of saying that if I do something really silly or if it looks like I'm making bad choices, it's not my fault. Right, so like normally what I would do here is I would tab target one of those demon seedlings like this, and then try to use like a charm on it, but then I can't guarantee when I'll be able to get my target back on the boss, because I have to rely on tab targeting. See? There we go, back on the boss. And it took me so long that I think that it was kind of useless to have charmed the guy anyway. So it's not optimal play when I'm using a controller, but my wrists say thank you. Also, did I get lost? No, there's the way forward. You know what else I should use? I should use my, my Nightmare Emblems. Hold on. Take care of this group. Alright. Quickly pop that on. I don't know that I've ever actually... Well, I've only made 2. But both times, I got the Nightmare Emblem on the first try. It says it's only got a 75% chance of success, or was it 75% chance of failure? I don't know if I just got really lucky on those 2, but... yeah, they are planning on making a pretty significant number of changes to, like, the underlying systems. But the game is probably not going to look different. Like, what they've given so far in terms of, like, promotional videos and screenshots on, like, the Steam page, it's all indistinguishable from the current game. So what you should probably expect is stuff like completely different systems in the menus, but otherwise it'll look basically the same physically. Changes, I have done a couple videos about it, so offhand I think the big ones are gonna be like the main Eidolon systems and the adjustments to the weapon mastery. And I could talk a little bit more about that too if you like. But technically, everything that we know so far for sure is in those videos, so I don't have any new information between last Wednesday and now. Now, it might be dangerous to gather up all these guys, but let's do it anyway. I don't think anybody in this group has stuns, so it should be okay. If my computer is okay, it should be okay. Oh boy. That's the good thing about Gunslinger, though, right? Well, my computer's kind of freaking out from how much damage calculation is going on here and how many damage things it's gotta put out. I can take the pressure off by using the decoy. Yeah, so a little bit weaker than my whip. And by a little bit weaker, I mean you can tell that it's not doing as hot against the bosses, especially. But it's definitely more comfortable. Oop. There we go. Why the sad face, Aichi? Not too many mobs here. I could probably risk that. Oh, Holy versus Evil not going so hot. Well, I join you, but I did just use a whole bunch of experience stuff. I suppose just keep using shackles on the enemy team. Enemy team loves it when you use shackles, right? And as usual, the Eidolon spawn rate here is 100% for some reason. I suppose I could respawn my Eidolon. He's not 4-star yet, so he's not exactly doing a ton, even on the field, but... There you go, some nice heals. I don't think we would be able to get enough aggro to steal her attention off of me, even if I did try to use the taunt button. Oh well. 80%! 20% to go. And the experience here is so good that we're going to do solo mode as well. You know what I didn't? Oh shoot, I even got one of these Azurian stones and I forgot to use it, and I brought a treasure charm and I forgot to use it, and I didn't use my classmaster, and I just died. I'm really good at playing games. With regards to the new changes, the class, I think, is unlikely to be anytime soon because they're trying to use that as like a grab to get people to go to the new server. Like they're trying to use that as a clincher, and they've called it new server exclusive. But when I read through everything that they had said about the changes they were making, like especially the quality of life stuff, I don't think they've locked us out of ever getting those, but our current server is 1 year behind Taiwan, so if those get implemented into the Taiwan version, we could expect them a year later, so it will be quite a ways away. And also, hello cute, and thank you! I like my videos too! I'm just gonna knock these guys out so I can take a sip of coffee and not die. Come on. Honestly, kind of wish mobs were faster sometimes. You know what? I think we do need another cup of coffee though. Hold on. One second. Put it There we are, another cup of coffee. You'll notice I did clean off the desk since the last live stream. It was getting a little out of hand. But I'm sure we'll be up to our glorious same kind of desk as last time. Before the end of the stream. Now, this is party mode, so I bet you I'd be okay if I brought them to the boss. Aside from the fact that my computer gets all chonky, like, frame rate drops to slideshow levels once I have all these mobs here. I don't really have a problem bringing mobs to the bosses on these two. Wait, was that a chest? No. You know, I was thinking if I had to pick one of the adjustments that they've said is coming to Impact to bring over to ours, I'm not sure which one I pick. Like, which one am I most excited for? Because obviously, if we're leaving out the class because they said the class is going to be exclusive. Tab targeting is fine. Or you mean in HVE tab targeting? Normally when I play ranged classes, I like to be able to make sure that I'm targeting the enemy that's going to get the best bang for buck out of my AoEs. I can't really do that with tab targeting. You know what? I'm going to make my mouse visible. Hold on a second here. Properties, capture cursor. There we go. Now you can see how I have to use my cursor when I'm on a controller. I use the D-pad to move it around. And select and start are my mouse keys. Yeah, in PvP it is a little bit harder with the mouse, but I think in PvE, because you've got so many mobs, tab targeting is actually more challenging to use at times when you're trying to, like, specifically get the best use out of your AoEs. But trying to use the mouse with the D-pad at the same time as the control stick for moving, it's not... my hands don't work that way. Alright, we're gonna try this bringing everything, see what happens. If I was smart, I would buy some feathers. Alright, let's just go. See what happens if I bring everything to the end. Oh, I should have used a, maybe used one of those Navi, cuisine things. Not a feast, but the basic ones. After this dungeon, I'll use one. I was gonna try and open up the store while I run here, but I feel like as soon as all these mobs catch up, it's gonna be chugging along for a bit. And I don't want to try and be in the store when that happens. Alright, let's go. See how much I regret this. Hey, wait a minute. Where did my... Oh, it's just chugging. Boss, that's no problem. So, I actually reduced the bit rate for when I'm streaming because I was going to go back afterwards and double check the quality. But that's not going to be a good sample set to check because that was me too. Mine was chugging. But like I thought, no issue with like actually being able to handle all the mobs. Anyway, let's go here. I just want to go to my bank card. And while I'm here, I'm just gonna get 15 feathers. I've got Navia feasts, but I want to save them for like a special occasion. I mean, it's 12 hours, right? I'm not going to need 12 hours to hit cap level and then it's a waste. So I'll just take one of these. And throw them on and voila. It's a special occasion kind of food. And Eidolon links are too annoying to refresh using the controller, so we'll just quickly switch to mouse. None of my buffs ran out. How much bonus experience? I'm actually not really using like the full suite of stuff I could use. Like I could use a 1-day VIP sprite, but I thought it was kind of a waste. So let's see. 252 right now. So half of what I could get. And 19% to go. Oh, right. Then, somehow... Oh, because I died. Yes, Flockig went away because I died, so we can put those two back out as well. Alright. If I just leave my cursor there, I can actually activate that with my right click. Like that. There we go. Actually, it might be fun to pull up my the program that's running my controller. Because I just rebound all the keys on my controller to different keyboard buttons. It's like the jankiest setup you could possibly have. Whoop. Yep, yep, yep. Alright, everybody, come on. We're going to the final... Oops. Going to the final boss. I both love and hate how many mobs there are here, because it is extremely satisfying watching all those tornadoes hit all of them. I kind of want to turn on the setting where you can see the numbers so you can see like how often it's triggering and why my computer keeps going crazy every time that happens, but it actually might crash if I do this. It's satisfying, but If you're wondering why my damage values are turned off these days. That's why. My PC is not even that bad, Kiko. It's actually relatively modern. But, I mean, I got it built, like, right when the shortages started happening from COVID, like in 2020. It was the worst possible time to get a PC. Everything cost so much more than it should have just because of supply chains. So if I had waited like another year, I bet you I could have got a pretty decent computer, like a better one, for significantly less money. Um, and party dungeons do give quite a bit of experience, but also specifically this dungeon gives a ridiculous amount of experience because of how many mobs there are, which is why despite the lagginess and the frame dropping, it's still my favorite dungeon to run. Specs, you know, I don't have them memorized, so hold on a second here. Do, 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 do. Oh, not on top of the game. Hold on. Do, properties. Okay, it's got an AMD 7 or AMD Ryzen 7, the 3060 Ti or RTX 3060 Ti, and 32 gigabytes of RAM. So it's pretty good, but the amount I paid for it in 2020 definitely had like a COVID tax on it. Like, I don't have the confidence to build my own computer because if I break apart, then I have to go buy another one. So I went to a local shop and they told me straight up, it doesn't matter if you don't have a budget. Because originally I had said, well, here's what I'm doing. Let's say I don't have a budget. What would that cost? And they looked at me and said, it doesn't matter if you don't have a budget. There's no graphics cards. So literally, I let them simmer on it for 3 months and told them to call me when they found a graphics card somewhere. And that was how we ended up deciding how to build the computer, was once we figured out what graphics card we could get, we started building. I'm not going to say how much it cost, because even if I did, it's Canadian dollars, so it doesn't make, like, it's not a good comparison. It doesn't mean the same thing in normal people dollars, but it was way more expensive than it should have been. But, I mean, this game doesn't exactly have the greatest optimizations either, so I'm not going to say that it's entirely on my computer, but, you know. I think the worst part is that I know it's not, like, it's a pretty good computer, right? Like, it could definitely handle the majority of what modern gaming is, but it's not compatible with Windows 11. Like, I can't update it, so I might be put in a position where I have this perfectly fine computer and I'll have to cannibalize everything that still works just to get another, like, what, motherboard? So that I can upgrade to the new software so that I can keep getting security updates. Ugh. I'm still planning on purchasing, like, I think I'm gonna go for that thing that Microsoft was offering where they'll give you updates for another year for like $40 or something. But they seem to have stopped talking about that, so I don't even know if they're doing that anymore. But it's a good computer, right? Like, I don't need a full upgrade. That being said, if you need a new computer, I know of a contest that's running right now that you could enter for a chance to get a PC custom built with Linus Tech Tips. And they said that it is open globally and they'll fly you out to their office. Hello, Izzy. This is actually Old Aura Kingdom. So, no, not open beta for Impact yet. This is the old Aura Kingdom, so this is just the version you could play right now if you wanted to. But yeah, anybody that needs a new computer, they're, like I said, Linus Tech Tips, the Linus Media Group is running a contest where they'll fly you out to their office in BC, here in Canada, and build a computer together with you. You should look it up if you need a computer. It's not the cap, it's the visual cap. So the boxes that appear on screen can't go any higher than that, but if I go over to my battle window here, let's see. Yeah, you can see that it went up to, how many digits is that? 23, 189 million is that? But yeah, the text box doesn't go any bigger than those nines. Oh shoot, I had it behind me. Battle monitor. Yeah, you can see all those boxes were just the straight nines, but every hit inside here has the regular digits. Kiko, it's not that they're coming to Portugal, but it is open globally, so they'll fly you out to Canada to build a PC together if you win. So, if you feel like entering. Why am I doing advertising for them? The truth is, I was debating whether or not I would want to enter it, because, like I said, I know I spent way too much on this PC, and I'm frustrated that I'm going to have to upgrade it for security reasons. But I'm definitely not somebody that really needs it, so I feel like my advertising. All 17 people watching the live right now, if that number is correct. I'm doing my part advertising for Canadian companies. As if I've got more reach than them. Call it a different niche. Hold on. If you guys are seriously interested, or if any of you guys are seriously interested, I'll put a link to the page for it. But yeah, it's open globally. So, anybody can enter. I think it'd be kind of boring if someone that lived within an hour's range of their office ended up, like, winning. And that's not really doxing, because literally everything in BC is within an hour's range of their office. Oh yeah, I can imagine. PC parts in general are already just way more expensive than they should be thanks to the supply and stuff. I might still enter just because myself. But I don't think that I'm someone that really, really needs it as much as, like you say, somebody that lives in a place where it's actually basically prohibitively expensive. For me, it's just expensive. Provided I don't lose my job or something. Oh boy. Economy right now sure makes me nervous. I guess context there. I work in logistics, and as you can imagine, transporting goods and being right next to the US, all the stuff that's going on with supply chain shenanigans in the United States is going to affect my job quite a bit. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that make it through the next round of layoffs. If they decide that they have to do it. But yeah, once I finish this dungeon, I'm just gonna go ahead and throw the link to it in the chat. Why not? I'll, if any of you guys win, just, shout me out in the video they make about it. Wait, where is the link? Oh, after. After, yes. Okay, you guys can watch the cutscene. It's got to be in my history here, because I was just looking at it this morning. ROG Reboot. Hello, Zaffy TV! How come I can't type today? Yeah, that 100%, it's way too expensive. I'm very fortunate for where I live. Even if the inconveniences I have are inconvenient still, it's nothing compared to what people across the world are having to, like, fight against the US for this kind of stuff, which has so much more buying power. And Zaffy, I do plan on making introductions and videos and whatnot for Impact. I just don't know when the server's going to release, and I don't know if I'll be sticking with that game long term, depending on how those systems feel to play. Like, if it's fun, I'll stick with it, but if it's not, I probably won't. But anyway, I am going to drop this link into the chat, and it's a terrible link. How come I can't find the nice looking link? Alright, if you trust me, that is a link to the form to enter in for a free computer from LTT in Canada. Oh, we finished here. They had a nice link that was like lmg.com/rig or something, but that went to a spam page, so don't go there. I just don't remember what the actual pretty link was. Yeah, no, it doesn't say in my history because it auto-forwarded. Anyway, if you take a look at that, like I said, they'll fly you out to their office in Canada and build a PC together. That would be super cool. So if you need a new PC. And again, I don't know why I'm advertising for them. They're way bigger than me, but... Yeah, IT, if you get 1,000 for one good round, then that's definitely more time efficient than leveling up a character to like 70 or whatever that you need to get the 500. Next dungeon! That's a really terrible looking link. I'm sorry I couldn't find the vanity link. Now, if I were to enter, they want you to make a video, and I made the video public on my channel. I wonder if that would make it hurt my chances of winning or help them. I don't know. I don't know whether or not they're looking for someone like me. Like I said, my computer is fine. Feel like it would be best going to somebody that like literally would not be able to get something that can handle modern games, like, at all. Oh, that's right, these mobs have stuns. This dungeon is very annoying because not only do the mobs have stuns, there's less of them and whatnot. I mean, in terms of them being a big company doing giveaways, I feel like people would say it's rigged if they were to give it to somebody that's a content creator, because the number of content creators there are significantly less than just average gamers, right? So they'd say like, oh, well, you're just trying to like get... I don't know, it's just the vibe I get is if you were if someone that was making content won, or somebody who had a bit of a community won, people would say it was rigged. I should probably turn off the damage numbers, as fun as it is. It's definitely hurting my performance. Where's the escape key? I'm still getting used to my new keyboard, but you've heard me complain about it less, so you can tell that it's not as bad as before. Whew. There we go. Yay. Get Odin out here again. Ah, shoot, wrong button. Alright, so my super secret trick to trying to heal my Eidolons when I'm playing as a sub-bard is you use Ambient Drone, and then you use one of the single target healing skills that then gets spread. But I keep accidentally using Ballad right after using it, which eats up the note. Where is my note palette anyway? Now we're just throwing these out here. Where's my note palette? My guns palette's here. Eidolon? I don't see it. Must be off screen. Hey, Lousy! We're just about to fight the boss of this dungeon that's that super cool looking dude that you liked. Whoop. Let's just do this with the mouse. Oh, these guys stun too. If I'm not careful, I'm not gonna be able to survive. Are the goats still in their weakened form? I haven't run them for a little while. I might actually relog after this real quick. Weakened goats. How about you guys fight each other for a bit? After talking about how much I like using the decoy to take the pressure off, I just literally forget to use decoy. Alright, you get to be the decoy. Yeah, we chugging. Yeah, we'll do a real quick relog after this. That's completely not the right style of... Ah, shoot. I decided to change the song and I didn't. Forgot I was in a fight for my life. Well, that's why we bought feathers. Nobody saw, right? And the next track was Equally Gentle. Although, to be fair, I did start breaking up my playlists that I know won't get me claimed while I'm live into feelings. And this feeling was calm and gentle. Although it is just a whole bunch of stuff from Genshin. There. Now we've got the Eidolon, and then I can relog. I think having those numbers on caused it to gum up the memory or something. What are my specs looking like over here? Yeah, we're doing okay. But yeah, I'm definitely not getting very smooth gameplay right now. There we go. Now, before I look at what just arrived in the mail, I'm guessing it's a coffee. Yeah, and my guns are breaking. There we go. Yeah, it's a coffee. Thank you, Lousy. Hello there, Neff. Sorry for shortening your name, but yes, we are at 83% now. 17% to go. But I am gonna do just a quick relog. Because my game is getting real chunky. I think having the damage numbers on in that last dungeon where all the mobs were was causing it to bog down. This is going to be my third character getting to cap level. Oop, there we go. And if you were to ask me why I do cap level, I don't know. Number go up. Midday become happy. There's really nothing else to it. I mean, you could. What class is afternoon? Right, and my weapon was breaking too, so real quick. Alright. Hello, OHM! Where is my... There we go. Buy two of them. What's my trick for repairing? And I'm just gonna grab some buffs too, since I always forget to buy them. Alright, we need to reactivate all of our buffs here. That one's still got 26 minutes. Throw that in the auto potion, why not? That should do. And we're back to it. You know, I would say if anybody wants to actually run these dungeons with me, I am doing solo modes, but I could skip them if anybody wanted to just actually join in and fight, but I just get nervous trying to recruit for dungeons while I'm live, right? Like, I don't want people being uncomfortable in a party with me, right? I showed Vaughn to my girlfriend, and she said he was ugly? Was it Kid Vaughn or Big Vaughn? Oh yes, I am planning on playing Impact when it comes out, and I've actually got two Muramasa keys to give away to people. So ideally, I'll get the day off work when it first comes out, and I'll try it out live and hand out some codes. Oh, I'm sorry, Kiko. I think older Vaughn looks really cool, and that's not just a pun on the word cold. That's pretty good. You can give your friends a fist bump from me for that one. There we go. Oh, right, yeah. These are the guys that can stun. I'm glad your friend liked Tyr as well. It sounds like they've got pretty good taste, but it could use some work if they're not vibing with the older Vaughn. They just completely ignored the guy that I hit with the, Oh well. There we are. I'm a little clumsy on this next boss, so I don't really want to bring any mobs there. Especially since these guys can stun, and I already do bad enough without getting stunned. Actually, do I have any more random buff items that I can use up? There's just no reason to keep them anymore since I'm going to be capped. Oh, I had another experience item. Oops. Speaking of subscriptions or followers, I think I passed an even number last night, didn't I? Oh, yes! We're over 1,700 now. It's such a big number. "100% I'll be streaming once Impact comes out. Like I said, I'm hoping I can get the day off. It's just a matter of how much notice I get. Right? Like if they tell us the day before it comes out, by the way, it's tomorrow. I'm not the kind of person that would just call in sick to work for it. It is HST time. Unfortunately, I'm more focused on getting experience right now, and then during the evening one, I've got something I have to take care of. Goody two-shoes. Well, see, here's the thing. If you call in sick to work, and they know that you like doing stuff with video games, and a bunch of my coworkers are subscribed to me, I don't know if any are in chat. Shout out to my coworkers who are cool people. I guess if I just spend the entire time in the stream coughing, is that gonna work? Probably not. No, we don't talk about that at work. Come on now. Actually, the people I was training in the last sessions, they work at a different office, and they sent me a big bag of coffee. And wow, it's like good coffee. In fact, that's what I made my iced coffee out of. So, if there are any of those guys chilling in chat right now, hiding, when I think at least one of them should be on shift right now, but either way, thank you so much for the coffee. It was really, 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 really good, and I'm glad that it's a giant bag, because the fact that I'm never going to be able to get another bag of it is already depressing me. Speaking of coffee, you know what I think we need? I think we need another cup of coffee. I think it's been long enough. Hold on. Over here. Nothing attacking me. Plenty of time to calmly add another cuppa. And make it a big one. There. Coffee. Oh, so someone recommended I add like another little coffee table next to my table for more coffee because I ran out of space last time. But I've actually discovered that the way that I have it, my template set up in VTube Studio could use some revision because I'm running out of layers. Perhaps I should add a layer that is just a whole bunch of coffee. All in one. Oh, there's so many things I want to make. Like, I'd like to make it so that I could use the, Oh, I don't know if I don't have it on this character, so I can't actually show it here, I think. Do I? Yeah, I don't have any. So there's these special emotes that you can get where a little bubble appears above your head with one of the animated uh, little sprout guys. And I really want to make one of those that I can use in my stream overlay as well. Oh, I did again. I did it underneath my character here. Especially this one right here. That is my favorite emote in this entire game. I mean, not that there's that many, but it's cute. Alright, so it's been about an hour and we got from 75 to 83%. I know quests are definitely more efficient in terms of getting experience, but only to a certain point, so I was gonna have to run dungeons anyway. But I think once we finish up the top 4, we'll go back to quests. Mayonnaise. This is the S30 dungeon. So if you're not high enough level, you might not have seen it. The good drops here are the S35 gold weapons. Which, they're pretty rare, I think. This is 35, or this is 32. Yeah, it's level 30, sorry. I thought you were talking about the other one. The names are starting to get so long that I can't even remember them. Prison of the Jagged Bone. Yeah, this is the regular 30 dungeon. I don't know how much S35 weapons cost right now, though. Oh, it is saying 5 players. It's just that I'm soloing it. As I said earlier, I don't really like recruiting parties when I'm live streaming because I get nervous that people will feel that they don't want to be on a live stream. They don't want people watching. It doesn't seem very nice. So I have to struggle through it alone. Or if any of you guys are the right level and want to join in, you are absolutely welcome to whisper me. Yeah. I think previously 5 players specifically referred to things that required 5 people. But, you know. I've gotten so used to the inconsistent translations that it doesn't faze me in the slightest anymore. There we go. I might regret gathering up all these guys, but I've got a plan. You get over here. There you are. Oop. S35 Chibi Lightning Element, any percent 15k. Well, I think I've only ever gotten 2 drops for the S35s. So they are pretty rare. And only one of my characters has an S35 weapon. Everybody else is still using S25. I stopped fortifying the one right here. Yep. I stopped fortifying it at 27 because I thought, oh well, I'll just get I'll get an S35, but there you go, incentive to run it. Time to go level up. All right, now these will be fast. Yep. It's hard to pick a right speed for the mouse because if it's too slow, it's annoying to get around the screen. But if it's too fast, I can't click the buttons. Just as context, I'm using a controller right now. Yeah, but if you don't run, then you're not adding to the pool of available weapons. I didn't get any good elements on the ones that I unlocked, though, and I bought my, I think 138% dark bow for 40k in the first week. I haven't really checked what prices are looking like for the classes that I need them, because I was kind of hoping that I could get some, well, if you cube, you'll never get a weapon, and if you cube, you don't need a weapon. Truthfully, when I was working from home, I would leave my cube running on in the background because I like the idea that I'm just getting a little bit there while my computer is on anyway. But I disagree with the idea of just leaving your computer on when you're not using it for something else. So, not a super big fan of the people that just straight up always cube. For solo mode, I could probably switch over to more speed. Don't really need that guy. I'm disappointed. I should have checked what level or what percent I was at when I started cubing. Or, well, talking about cubing. When I started running, that way I could see how much was from the dungeon and how much was from the quests I had done before. I'll check it later. The other thing I wanted to ask was, I mentioned this earlier, but I've actually changed some of the... Oh, thank you, Manus, but that's okay. It doesn't take me too long to get between maps, and I think I'll need to stop by, like, the bank and whatnot in between anyway. But sorry, I was just saying that the I changed the settings for my stream. I actually lowered the bit rate. I was looking at some comparisons, and it looked like what I had been using for the bit rate for the stream before was a little on the excessive side. So I lowered it because I'm hoping that relatively soon I'll be able to start trying to do like simultaneous streaming to Twitch. See if I can lure more people into trying Aura Kingdom. And I think my internet upload speed is a little bit too low. Well, not too low, but it's not like we can get fiber or anything. It's not available here, so I thought that with the amount of upload speed I would need for that level of quality, I might struggle a bit. So I lowered it to a point where I would have plenty of overhead. And nobody has complained that the quality is significantly lower. I'll have to check later myself, but is anybody noticing a significant drop in the quality of the video itself? Excellent. because I thought originally that you basically had to use a third-party service to stream to Twitch at the same time, just because I had seen so many advertisements for services that do that and cost like a monthly fee or something. But then I found out there's actually a plugin for it. It's just that your computer needs to be relatively beefy, and your internet needs to also be able to handle double the upload. So I'm just doing the preliminary steps of getting that ready. I don't know, should I make my first dual stream on Impact? You think I'm gonna fall for that one, Lousy? Not a chance. I would not fall for that one. That was old by the time I was in elementary school. And you don't want to know how long ago I was in elementary school. Eat up those books. All right, let's head back to town. My inventory is a mess. I sure hope they will fix those boxes. And Lousy, don't you dare. I'm planning on submitting a ticket myself because, as you know, since we fought some together, I do have a couple of those boxes and I really want those Link Masters. The Connection Masters emblem, sorry. I am shocked they took those out of the XP store. I was actually slightly tempted, very slightly tempted to buy one, and then they took them out of the XP store. Wait, what do you mean, why is my inventory built like that? My inventory's fine, right? Nothing wrong with my inventory? Wait, what's wrong with my inventory? What button was it again? Oh, there we go. That's literally what I'm doing. What are you talking about? There's nothing wrong with my inventory. Yeah, so I'm a little bit sad that I'm about to hit cap here, and then those Connection Master emblems will be stuck here. But you can't really link long term with the cube or anything anyway. And again, this kind of goes against what I was saying about leaving my computer running just for the game. It's a bit of a waste of electricity. So, thinking I might, like, leave it running overnight when I'm trying to do, like, big cleanups and big file moves that would take hours anyway. Yeah, but then the links stop, right? I think it's more valuable to get more links in than it is to be cubing for the entire duration. And I mean, if you're home, you can just come back after, what, 3 hours or so and just restart or refeed all the Eidolons? There you go, looking good. Nothing wrong with that inventory. That is a clean inventory if I ever saw one. Alright, we're gonna get experience book. All my buffs are on. There we go. Ooh! It's been a while since I've gotten one of these bugs. Visual glitch. Alrighty, one more set of dungeons and then we're back on quests for a bit. I feel like we'll probably hit about, I want to say 87 or so, just on these dungeons. No, my cards are all over. Probably should have been paying more attention to that. Otherwise, though, my buffs are looking good. I'll pop one of those, why not? Look, it's a perfectly fine inventory. There's nothing wrong with my inventory. Alright, let's go. Back to controller. Okay, so, when I was reading what one of the people in the Discord for Impact was saying, and this was, the person that runs the database, actually, was talking about it, they said that one of the, AoE modifiers that Eidolons will be able to give to skills had the same name as this one, this AoE that's like these big concentric circles. So if that is actually referring to us being able to get that kind of sized AoE, that's kind of game changer. I don't know if I believe it, because specifically the Eidolon was Nasrudin, and that seems a little bit broken for Nasrudin. But we'll see. You know what? I mentioned earlier I wasn't sure what I thought I would choose if I could pick one thing to come to this version from the from Impact. It might be Eidolon AoE, or the Eidolon skill adjustments. Because like if you can significantly modify the even just the AoEs of the skills. I know I saw that it had other stuff like just increasing their damage and whatnot, but being able to change the AoEs of skills would be like massive. It seems broken as heck. That's why I'm not sure what to expect out of that system. Well, sure, but like I'm talking about other classes. Like, for example, duelists have a lot of difficulty gathering up mobs inside dungeons. So if you could gather up mobs inside dungeons by sticking a giant AoE on a skill that is otherwise not really necessary for fighting bosses, that completely revitalizes the class in terms of comfort, right? Like, I'm not talking about your classes that are already fine. I'm talking about the classes that aren't fine right now. Oop, I forgot this boss sucks. She's gonna get me. She got me. It's okay. I bought feathers. Nobody saw. Nobody saw. Am I gonna die again? Yes. Use the wrong button. You know, it's funny, but the more times we talk about the kind of things that I find that would be very comfortable and nice to have in game, and you finding them completely useless, just really strikes me as how we enjoy different things about this game. And I suppose that's one of the things that makes MMOs really, or that MMOs have to do, is they've got to have different kinds of content that appeal to different kinds of players. So like, this is what I enjoy. I enjoy just kind of running through and taking out guys in dungeons without thinking too much about it. I really like dressing up in cute costumes and dyeing them fun colors and whatnot. But this kind of grind here, watching the experience tick up in the corner while just kind of chilling back with some tunes. Oh hey, Blade Liger! What do you mean by unstuckable mounts? When do you get stuck on your mount? There we go, locked in. Tongas, this is the official Exa legend. Also, hello. Yeah, I guess, like, on the, when you're autopathing, sometimes the autopaths aren't very good. I don't know if that's so much about the mounts as it is just about the autopaths, like, especially around those barrier items that they seem to stick everywhere. I just noticed I've got a present. I feed those experience books to my my little alts, and that's how, I don't know whether or not people here had watched the video, but that's how I had like the level 70 characters that don't that can't go past Crescent Hill, because I just feed them too many experience books. I guess you could say that they've got book smarts but no practical knowledge, so they're not allowed to leave Crescent Hill. Oh, I forgot to reuse some of my stuff after that last death. Pop those on. Should be good. I was kind of hoping to get to 87 with just the dungeons and then go back to quests for a bit. So I wonder if I think I do need to do the solo modes here as well. And that's my cue for another coffee. Every time I fill up my cup, I suppose I'll add a coffee. Coffee. And... There we go. One more coffee on the table. Keeps me going. Did my Azurian stone run out too? No, I used it pretty late. I've been doing a bad job of remembering to grind dungeons, so I'm not even at the first way through. But it's just been so busy lately. Let's see, last week we had Mother's Day and all that stuff. Oh, but there's actually a stat holiday in Canada on Monday. So I was thinking about doing something. Oh, am I allowed to say what it was? I don't know. Well, we'll leave it for now. If I decide that I can go ahead and say it, I will. I'll make a community post, or if I'll keep it a surprise. So actually, this is kind of funny. So I've been working every stat holiday for probably the last, like, I want to say 8 or so years. And just the last week, or not last week, but the last time we had a stat holiday was the first time my manager finally said, "Okay, yeah, I think all your trainees are good enough. You're good to take a stat holiday off. And going forward, you can take stat holidays off." So this time I checked just to be 100% certain that hadn't changed, and he was like, "Actually, you better check with the other manager too that they don't need you." And it's like, no, my stat. Oh, but I didn't hear back from the other manager yet, so if they needed me, they would have said something by now. I hope. There's not very many stat holidays in the US, is there? Like where absolutely everybody gets a day off kind of thing. Or if you work it, you get paid extra. Yeah. Maybe I'll follow up after the stream. Boss wanting to call Sunday night. Well, the thing about logistics is that the majority of the stuff that we do is customers that are shipping, like, I don't want to say industrial qualities because we don't really do industrial stuff. But the majority of them also don't want to have to pay their staff to be on stat holidays if they can avoid it. So you got your, like, basically mandatory stuff, like the grocery stores still need food. So they still usually get deliveries even on stat holidays. But the majority of pickups, like especially the ones that are going longer distances, they don't like to work on stat holidays because there's the costs associated with it just aren't worth that one day of transit, right? Instead, they just ramp up the day before. So, usually you can get by with a skeleton crew on stat holidays, even for something like our business where you've got to be running 24/7, 365. I figured if anything, they'd want me to, like, just catch up on misc reporting that hasn't been done for the last week very properly. And then maybe I don't need to start at 6 a.m. Oh, it's those ice traps. See, I'm so used to them being not my danger. Do you think that I would do a poor job of creating reports? On the contrary, I went through the deleted stuff and found ones that other people had done poorly and then caught them back up properly. Yeah, well, that's enough work talk. I'll worry about work on, like you said, Sunday morning, or Sunday night. And then maybe we'll get to do something fun on Monday. Wait, did I do an evil laugh? I don't think I did. I get the feeling that if I did my serious evil laugh, it would overpower the microphone sensor. And my upstairs neighbors might complain. It wasn't a real one. It wasn't a real evil laugh. Oh, that's not a real evil laugh. Ho ho ho. Oh, you don't even know. I'm actually more of a dog person than a cat person. Can I have a white puppy? I was Santa now. Like I said, the actual evil laugh, it would overpower the sensor on my mic because I can't control that amount of evil. Do you have that clipped or something? Reference back to it every once in a while? Oh yeah, Cyril! So, like, when Cyril was released, there was a, the only way to get him was the guild whatchamacallums. Oh, that's not the right menu. Guild instances! The guild instances have changed since then, so I don't even know if the box is there anymore. But I got a full Cyril key. Yeah, I don't think they have the box that he was in anymore. But yeah, I got a full Cyril key, like, first day or something. It was ridiculous. My memory is getting a little bit faint nowadays, but... Trying to think... Oh. Getting more mail? Uh-oh. Yeah, not open it, I suppose. Oh, wow! Thank you, XGB, for the amazing costume. I love costumes. It's not quite as good as the one that I've got on already, so I'm sorry, XGB, but I am not going to equip this right now. But thank you very much for sending it. And holy moly, 9 Anubis fragments. That's amazing. I think Anubis is really cool. I'm not entirely sure when I'm going to be able to start linking Anubis because I've just got so many Eidolons to link. But she's really pretty. Oh, where it is. Yeah, as you can see, my my Eidolon collection can really use some work once we get up here. But this is Anubis, and she is gorgeous. I need... Oh no, I got a name for her, but I need a name for some of these other new ones. Oh, is that like people that send the green costumes in Sky Tower to one person? And speaking of links... Oh yeah. More? Hello, Angel. I'm not 100% certain how to judge whether or not the game is going to be pay to win, especially since it's not out yet. But it does feel like... at least at the start, they can't do too much since everybody's low level, right? So I think that when you start Impact, you're probably not going to find it being very challenging to play without spending any money. More. But it's hard to say right now because we'll need to see what the shop looks like once it comes out. I have to say, I expect that the LP store will be pretty different, but I don't know what to expect entirely. Just the way that the LP stores are run on the Taiwan server, to my understanding, is pretty different from the way ours is. It's more hats. Wow, thank you for all the hats. If it sounds like I'm being sarcastic, it's because this is the one that people get spammed with in Vault of Eternity, so X here is just getting rid of space in their inventory. If you send me coffee, you'll get a much more honest reaction. I'm not asking for you to send me coffee, though. That being said, though, Angel, I am giving away. I'm going to be playing Ori Kingdom Impact, and I'm going to be giving away 2 Muramasa keys. If you looked at the, you probably know that, but there's like that signing up other people thing that's going on right now, where if you sign up people with your code, then they get they can get free stuff. The free items are actually codes, so I swapped out several accounts, and I've got 2 free Muramasa keys to give away to random people. So at the very least... What do you mean? Blue ogre troll thing. I wasn't... You mean my jack-o'-lantern? I don't know what you're talking about. I'll have to go look back later. Alright. Last dungeon. And then we're back on main quest for a bit. This place has got reflect. Drop the timestamp in the chat. And I'll look back at it later. Actually, I guess you guys can't see the timestamp because it doesn't show it while I'm live. My bad. Only I can see the current live time. Hour and 41 minutes. Let me just... Yeah, that wasn't bad. None of them used reflect. Thank you, Blade Liger, and good luck with your work. Is that what you should say when somebody leaves for work? I feel like saying good luck with work is kind of... I say it to my trainees when I feel like the day is going to be challenging after I leave for the day. Yeah, sometimes, especially in like in trucking and on transportation, it does kind of feel like it's luck whether or not things go smoothly. Some days everything's fine, and then some days you've only got 15 trailers and the customers want 21. And then somebody puts a freaking forklift right through the floor of the trailer and it has to go for repairs anyway. Oh. Does it sound like I had a good Friday? Because I had a great Friday. As soon as I got off work. I'm having flashbacks to when I was doing my quick main quest grind on Stellar Saphir. And in ridiculously underpowered gear, this Setal guy could one-shot me and out-heal my DPS. Yeah, it was... That skill there was a one-shot on my Stellar Sphere in level 70 gear. Should be fine to bring those guys to the boss. They don't have any stuns or anything, right? No, shoot, and I should have been using this thing. No Eidolon spawns! Is there a Euronym contract? Because he is pretty cool, right? Pretty sure there is. Hold on, hold on. Where's my inventory? archive. As you can see, my contract collection is miserable. There we go. But it's called Eleanorium. You stinky guy, get ready to die. Come on. You know, I talked about it before, but I was debating creating a second channel to just talk about translations in games. I wouldn't actually be able to talk too much about Aura Kingdom since I don't speak the original language. Like, I don't speak any at all. But specifically, like, just comparing translations of Japanese games in English, because that's something that I'm really personally interested in. But I don't know if it's something that anybody's even really all that interested in at all nowadays, with since everybody's moving over to using AI translations anyway. Actually, that reminds me of something that happened recently. So apparently, it's really common for AI translations, especially from Chinese to English, to call, like, what was the word? Basically the church the Holy See. Like holy, S-E-E, like I. But I've never heard that in English before. Like, before I saw it written that way in this game. Is that actually a term that's used? Because a couple weeks ago, I actually saw news using the words the Holy See. And I've never heard that before. So it made me curious as to whether or not it's actually just a somewhat esoteric term just around where I am, or if it's actually a way that it gets properly translated and a term that's used in other places. Right, specifically in reference to the Vatican. I mean, obviously with the recent news, that's why I would have seen it in the news, but I'd literally never heard it before in my life. So is it a term that the Vatican uses, or is it a term that is just a weird translation AI thing? Because I think it's jarring when I read it, but that could just be because I don't do much. Alright, well if that's the case, I'll let it be then, but... I wonder what the origin is. Might have to look it up. Another fun thing about Aura Kingdom is the costume bugs. Half my dress is extended. Oh, where's my... There you go. It's quite fun when your hair gets extended, actually. Bring back my UI. There we go. Oh, thanks. And I'm not really chatting with them because I don't want to spend too much time doing that. And my wrist hurts when I hold the mouse right now, so back to controller. Right, so these reflect guys don't use the reflect skill as long as they're moving. So as long as I keep them moving, we shouldn't struggle to take them out. Actually, the other thing that reminds me of is there's that, gosh, I can't remember the term for it, but where when you learn something for the first time, you then see it everywhere. Like when you just learn a new word and then suddenly you hear it being used a whole bunch of places. It could also be that it never really clicked before until I actually like locked in on it because I thought it was weird to see inside a game. And then I notice it when it's other places. Oh, Lousy, that was actually from yeah, sorry, no, that was the stream background music. That particular track was from Star Rail. I have not played Star Rail in quite a while. I was playing it pretty casually, just specifically targeting the cool-looking dudes, but yeah, something about frequency sounds about right. Yeah, I don't know, Star Rail just the characters I liked couldn't make decent teams, and I didn't want to pull for characters I didn't like. And then the content ended up getting, like, I don't want to say too hard in a... too hard in a power creepy kind of way for Star Rail, so I just stopped playing. Alright, I did say we were going to aim for 87%, so we're probably going to have to do solos, yeah. I wasn't paying attention to how much I was getting from each one of the party modes. Yeah, I remember you said that last time. Honestly, I might look for the soundtrack for Star Rail again, because what I've got so far is just the first two areas. First three areas, actually, because I really like the music that Hoyoverse makes. Don't have to like the game. Oh, it's okay. You don't need to apologize. Oh, my tab got lost. There we go. You know, I was just thinking about it again, but I brought up that there was that contest that they were to get a brand new PC built by Linus from Linus Tech Tips. And basically they said they would fly anybody there from anywhere in the world. I'm not sure if I'm going to enter, but if I did and won, you think they'd pick me up in a limo since they didn't need to hire a jet? A limo ride from within the same province? Oh shoot, I probably should have killed mobs. Respond back to your cat. Yeah. I don't know. What did cat say? Yeah? Give your cat a beautiful little boop on the nose. That's my signature move with my pup. Oh, speaking of pup. My mother is going to be moving, but there's a gap between when she's going to be moving out of her old place and into her new place. So we're totally going to be taking care of the pup for her so she can stay with a friend where they're not allowed dogs. So I'm going to have a pup for the summer, probably, and it's going to be amazing. Although it would mean that I probably can't do like particularly long live streams without any interruptions like I normally try to do, because obviously the little Missy requires walks and love. I can't wait for Stella to be here. The little Miss's name is Stella, and once she's here, I'll post pictures, probably because she's lovely and I love her. Oh. So when I was doing my first awakening, actually, I was really undergeared, and I was house sitting at my mother's place with the pup. And because I was getting so nervous when I was getting close to beating the final boss, my heart rate had spiked quite a bit, and I was definitely quite anxious because I didn't want to lose. And what did she do, the Missy? But the way that my mother's computer was set up, there was access to it from a couch behind me. And she climbed up on the couch, and then she climbed up on the top of the couch, and then she kind of leaped onto my shoulder and then into my lap. And of course I died. But like, she loved me so much, she just wanted to comfort me because she could tell that I was getting nervous. She's the best little girl. Oh, that was such a funny memory now. But at the time it was like, oh boy. I've been fighting for an hour in the same fight because I was ridiculously undergeared. Like, I didn't have enough pen. And I lost an hour because of that, but how could you hate a puppy? Actually, I was talking with a friend and they were saying that I should probably get like a I could try, or rather, not probably, but I could try getting like a heart rate monitor and trying to do like challenges that involve doing things that make me anxious. Might be fun. What are my experience cards up here? 20 minutes. I guess the other kind of challenges that a lot of streamers do are stuff like eye trackers and whatnot. I'm still so small that I can't really invest a whole bunch of money into a whole bunch of equipment and whatnot, so I think I probably won't anytime soon, but it's some fun ideas for the future anyway. Am I going to be just shy? I threw out 87 as just like a hopeful number, but I feel like we're going to be just shy. Yeah, I'll be surprised if we hit 86.9 in this run. That's okay, we'll just switch back to main quests for a bit. Oh, we have to turn in the quest anyway, that should do it. No sweat. They should remove mobs that hide underground from Aura Kingdom Impact. And our version. If anything, at the very least, they removed them from that main quest where they were literally hiding underground and there was no indicator for where they were. Yeah, the invisible hiding spots. 86.894. I'm just the slightest bit shy of what I was hoping for. That was the last one though, right? Yep. Yeah, I'm staring at you, so you be careful about what you say next. It's alright, we'll turn in the quest and then we're good. I have to switch back to the keys now, though. Alright, we want quest experience book, pumpkin guy, let's pop on bridal bouquet, and heart of the emissary? Rock and roll. Well, yeah, have fun in HST as usual. I won't be able to attend anymore in the evenings, so good luck on the Gaia Cups. Quickly eat that. And starting over at Sakura Volcano. Alright, now that he's gone, I can throw away those hats without hurting his feelings. Where'd they go? Ah, beautifully clean inventory. Nothing wrong with that inventory. Oh. Alright, another cup of coffee. And then another cup of coffee over here. One moment. There we go. Bop, bop. Perfect. I'm trying to see how many I can fit on my desk and if I'm a little bit more careful about it, because last time I wasn't being very careful about where I was placing them. Alright, my pumpkin. We got experience books. We're gonna need some more though. Yes. The translation provided above follows the given guidelines and maintains at least 80% similarity with previous translations. What class are you working on right now, Norcas? This way? Oh, this way. Ravager. You know, I like Ravager for, like, clearing dungeon or clearing mobs. Like, especially, like, on quests, they absolutely destroy. But I haven't built mine in a way to actually see how it does, like, damage-wise against bosses for realsies. Because I mostly use my Ravager for, like, farming stuff. So she's got, like, the bonus to drop rate on her weapon mastery and whatnot. If it wasn't against the rules to share accounts, I might say it would be fun to try out a fully built, properly equipped Ravager. See what they can really do. Wait, what level is your Ravager at anyway? What are you doing? Come run dungeons with me. Once I finish this set of main quests, I'm gonna head back to do a quick 1-1. Oh, I see, I see. Well, I'm gonna do 4 sets of quest maps again, and then I'll do a 1-1 starting up from the top and going down through just the hell mode of the S21s, because there's not really any experience in the dungeons anymore, just the quests. But yeah, totally, if you want to join for a 1-1. As I mentioned earlier, I don't really like bringing people, like recruiting randoms, because if they don't know that they're on stream, but if you want to join in, absolutely. Strike. Yep, I forgot one. Go. You know, I probably should have done more quests in the first place before I started doing dungeons, but dungeons are more fun. Oh, you're still a Wind Ravager! Yeah, you gets dizzying having to spin around in circles like that, am I right? But in general, just the Flame Ravager's ability to gather up all the mobs is just so satisfying. I don't know if I could ever go back to being a Wind Ravager. There we are. Ravager doesn't have anything other than wind and fire though, right? Like, I'm thinking through the skills, I can't recall offhand if there's any other elements at all. Maybe the only reason I can't remember any other elements is because literally the only skill I use is flame. Yeah, I think physical would probably be the only other option. I still haven't really built up any of my physical eidolons. I'm gonna have to talk to him last. Actually, we'll start with the Rhodia. Linking Sprite. So I did use my free one, and I mean, if I'm at my computer and working on something else, it's kind of nice because previously what I'd do is I'd set like a timer for every 10 minutes. And then it is kind of nice to not have to tab out of what I'm working on and going back to it every 10 minutes. But like, all right, so I got a couple of these boxes here, right? The, where'd they go? These ones, the third place boxes for the new world bosses that are supposed to come with those linking ones. Which means I should get 4 of them once they fix the boxes. And the idea of like leaving my computer running, because I used to work from home, but they asked me to come back to the office, so I'm back in the office now. And the idea of leaving my computer running just for linking while I'm not there and not using it for anything else, I'm not super big on that. Some other people were saying that they feel like the rate of the key fragments was lowered when you're using a linking emblem, and I don't think that's the case, because I got... Some people were saying, oh, I didn't get any, so the rate must be lower, but I got some. I don't know, I don't know that I would be able to use my phone for it. If you're not familiar with it, basically I'm gonna say it's the easiest / best way to run a VTube avatar is using an iPhone, and you know how iPhones are about locking down the software and whatnot. They don't like you pulling shenanigans on it. So even if I were to like just remote into my home PC, it's not like that's less power being used or anything. Alright, well that is technically 4 maps, but that's just such an unsatisfying number. 1, 2, 3. I'm missing one. 15, 20, 20. Oh, yeah, this guy. But what do you say, Norcast? Do you want to run the S30 dungeons with me real quick, 1-1? While you're deciding, I'll just quickly run the hell mode here. Oh, you are here, Round. I don't have you as a friend on this one. Do you want to whisper me? N-O-O-N? Noon? I've got a little bit of time left there. There we are. Let's go! Hell mode first. Oh, stretch. Hell mode first. Yay, we got a party now. Gotta put that there. And now that I've got a party member, I suppose I shouldn't use my controller. I gotta take it seriously. back to the janks. I forgot how much the computer bugs out when I hit too many things with this tornadoes. Well, if you're sure that you're okay, it's just that I have to be a little bit more careful and slow when I use the controller. Especially in hell mode, if I bring all the mobs to the boss, I lose target on the boss and then I can't fight. So there we go, back to controller. You can tell I'm on the controller because the mouse doesn't move in the slightest. Well, at least it doesn't move much. Here. Aw, man, I hate this boss on melee because you gotta kinda deal with all that fire, but you did good there. I kept dying on my Whipmaster to that boss because he kept with the giant red AoEs. Go. That's great gameplay. Game can't even handle me right now. Hey look, instead of walking into the boss with 30 stacks of receive more holy damage, I'm only going in with 4. Wow, I'm actually a little bit shocked at how bad this is with all the tornadoes. It might have been worth a relog before, just because I've been playing for so long again, but yeah, we're killing them. It doesn't matter that much. It's the experience of this dungeon. I love how many mobs they put in here because it's great for experience, but it's the trade-off is my poor computer. If I look away, does it help? I can't tell. It's not lagging. Like, my inputs are going through just fine. Like, and, like, there's no delay between when I hit jump and when my character jumps. But the frame rate is a struggle. Now, if I remember correctly... I think I'm only on 30 FPS, or did I put it on, No, I'm on 60. I don't like how 120 feels anyway. I think Savior looks really cool too, so... When you're in solo mode and it plays the cutscene, I like the cutscene. No sweat. We can play even if it's a, Oh, that's the wrong dungeon. Oh well. We'll just do hell mode here and then we'll go back and do party mode for both of them. Why not? But so one of the things they mentioned in the patch, or you know, patch notes, in the notes for the new game for Impact, is that they're going to redo the dungeon system so that you don't have to walk in anymore, is the way they said it. Like, you don't have to run to the dungeons anymore. So I'm hoping that they're planning on implementing a system where you teleport directly inside rather than outside. Because I know a lot of people do Hell first, but a lot of people still do party mode first. So it's really easy to lose a dungeon run to that. I opened up my performance thingy so I could see whether or not it's actually my PC that's chugging or if it's the game that is chugging, and oh boy. Game is not super happy right now. Yeah, the computer seems like it's doing okay, but definitely spikes when I'm running this or that last dungeon. Whoop! I accidentally tapped out. No! There we are. He stole my aggro! That's okay. I've got to repair my weapon while we take out this test. Hold on. I was smart, and the last time I bought them, I bought 2 grocery store cards. Oh, yeah, it would have been smart to add you as a friend before we started, huh? Well, do you want to run the other older Hell modes with me? I know it's not really worth it for the experience, probably, because I was just going to do Hell modes on the old dungeons for the quests. We still have party modes though, so. I might really actually want to relog though. Actually, did I turn off the garbage collection? Is that what happened? System settings, functions. No, garbage collection is on. Just as soon as we finish this dungeon, let's do a quick relog because it's feeling a bit chunky. For everybody watching, it's basically like a slideshow at some points, isn't it? Now, they were supposed to have gotten rid of archive lag, but your archive is pretty darn good too, right? I think yours is better than mine. Maybe it's the double tornadoes, because you got the giant tornadoes and I got the mini tornadoes. Yeah, I guess archive lag was specifically like when you're teleporting that it takes forever to load into maps. Definitely don't have that issue anymore. Hey. There we are. I was gonna say, how come my my emblem wasn't going, but it just went. I can't tell what stat I got because of all these buffs. Oh, move speed. go. Well, speaking of doing a lot of dungeons straight, since I've been going for probably about an hour since the last time I relogged. Yeah, just a real quick relog after this one, and we'll pop back in. Wait, did you die? I don't see you here. Oh yeah, you are back at the entrance. Well, considering how slow I am at killing this... Oh, I was gonna say, you might beat me back. Beat killing the Eidolon back, but do you need Iren? I don't think you do, right? Okay. I'm not really fast enough to switch into, like, a super DPS mode, but if you needed her, I could have at least waited. Oh, I probably should have just waited. Sorry. Alright, after the teleport, just gonna do a quick read log, pour another cup of coffee, you know how it goes. Yeah, teleport load time is still fine, so... Oh boy, I'm glad that you guys can't see my desktop. It's so messy right now. No, doing coffee right now. Actually, I have some coworkers that are in a different facility, and they sent me a giant bag of coffee beans, and it is so good. I literally can't help myself right now. It's just delicious coffee. So, big thank you to my my lovely coworkers who sent that over. There's a good layer. There we go. I'll make a little one. There we go. Yeah, being able to taste the differences between coffee, it's kind of like any food. If you're not super into it, cheesecake is cheesecake, right? I don't know, is that a good example? Maybe I should say wine is wine if you're not into wine. Hey look, my Eidolons hate me. We'll slightly overfeed him, that's fine. Well, the Holy Chaos. When I beat Awakening on my new account, because I did a series of live streams on a new account, I was... Oh, geez, have I had players hidden this whole time? Yeah, I did. I was able to beat it on my, on that character by fortifying up the level 90 armor that you get from the support cube. I think I got most of it to either 50... I think it was about 15 to 20. The real thing that's going to get you through Awakening is that you need to have enough pen. So... your sources of pen are going to be mostly E-cards, like the cards that you put inside your equipment. So ideally you want to get to level 90 a year. Then you want to put level 90 enchantment cards in them so that you can get enough pen. But it should 100% be doable without leveling a whole bunch of extra alts. If you're already at level 90, it does, or sorry, level 99, it does feel a little bit bad once your experience is capped to keep trying to run dungeons to get the last couple pieces of gear, but it should totally be doable on your first character. I'm looking for a couple buff items here. Offhand, I don't remember the exact amount, and it's hard to look it up while I'm in the middle of a dungeon. But having just any level 90 card on your gear, as much as you can get, because if you don't have archive, it's not like you're going to overshoot it. But basically, if you just get a level 90 card, regardless of stats, and those can be found, I mean, in the auction house, sometimes you can find them really, really cheap, like 5 gold or less cheap, because people just have them in their inventory and are getting rid of them. Doesn't matter the stats. Pen is definitely just going to be the thing that matters the most. Are the level 90 ones available in the encyclopedia, actually? Now that I think about it. Equipment enchant. 70, 80... Yeah, level 90 ones are even available in here. So even if you're just going for like the basic level 90 enchantments, 6,000 dragon points, regular dragon points, that's not very much because you can get that from running like Gaia if you're doing Gaia. It's not super high, and it also is just regular dragon points, not the gold ones that you could use on getting like the level 95 accessories. These will do you good. Yeah, level 90 enchantments. Oh, focus on the boss. Ah, that is so much better though. I was distracted a little bit by the enchantment cards there. Good luck? Oh, what did we used to say before tests in high school? Good skill? And if you, how much Yeah, I guess HP is another defining factor because you need to be able to survive the one-shots, right? Yeah, I got a miserable memory, but I think my HP was around 80k when I did Awakening on my first character on the alt account. Yeah. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't say it out loud if I can't remember offhand. I could even check on the live stream, but in the middle of a dungeon run, so it's kind of hard. If you want to check out the, if you go to the VODs on my channel, you can see there should be one called something along the lines of Finishing Awakening. I'm not sure if it was 80k. I just remember thinking it was a little bit on the low side. Why am I doing a level appropriate? We're not doing level appropriate. Oh. Lives. Oh boy, I've done a lot of live streams. I was trying to scroll back to see what it was. Oh, look at that, we're at 90%. 10% to go. Gosh, it was quite a while back. It was an episode of my live stream called Fresh Account Old Player Final Episode, I Hope. What was my HP at in that? Oh, you know what? I got it to 150,000, and I think I used food for that. Like, I used HP food because my HP was a little low. So, I'm sorry for remembering incorrectly. I did get about 150,000. But I also have my my gear listed in the notes there. So if you want to check out that video, hold on. After I get out of this stun lock, I will put the link, and you can see in the description I've listed out the gear that I've got. There we are. So you can just check the description of that video and you can see how much damage I was doing based off of the gear set that I was using. And that was on a fresh account, so that account has basically no archive aside from what I gathered up in my process of getting to level 100. I mean, it doesn't cost anything to try, so once you got a character there, just run in and see how much damage you're doing, and then from there you can figure out what's holding you back specifically. Yeah, pen is definitely the one thing that you, gosh, what I like to say is, when you don't have enough pen, nothing else matters. Because it just cuts off your damage before anything else can even apply. I'm just looking at the stuff that I was using. I got a level 95 weapon from the encyclopedia, and it was the wrong element, but I just used it anyway because I didn't have anything else. Like, I didn't want to craft a weapon. I feel like Davika's was also a bad choice. Like, if I was going back now, I would have used a defensive trophy over Davika's. Oh yeah, the support cubes do give you quite a bit of DP that you can use to help get geared up as well. Alrighty, since I've got a telepal. I don't think it's really worth doing Infernal Citadel again. There we go. Yeah, I really hate the way that they just introduce pen as a concept, by which I mean they don't introduce it and it's just suddenly you're not doing very much damage. But the way that pen works is that it's basically like a 95% shield. Or an up to 95% shield, I should say. And what you need is the pen to counteract the shield. So if the shield itself is 60, it's going to reduce your damage that much. And then you need 60 pen to completely negate it. But somewhere in like the 40 range and you're doing fine damage, right? It's only once you hit 60, you've now completely negated the shield, and then from that point on, additional pen doesn't do anything at all. So when you don't have enough pen, nothing else matters. But once you've got enough pen, more pen doesn't matter. There we are. One down. So this world doesn't require hanging upside down from a tree to gain wisdom. Oh, maybe I should have dealt with more mobs, but Yeah, I forgot about this boss. But we should be able to get her. Did her skill hit after she died? Wow. So I think the next class I'm going to be leveling up is going to be Starcaller, and boy am I gonna miss the giant gathering range of guns. But right now I guess it's kind of a toss-up between Starcaller or Wizard. Oh no! You didn't quite make it. Okay, yeah, the mobs are giving a teeny bit of experience, but it's not really enough to be worth sitting around chilling here. Alright, we'll get rid of that. Rid of that. Back here. How come all my pets despawned? Oh, it's because I relogged. Okay, so if you're not familiar with this dungeon, I'm sure most people are, but just as a tidbit, in Hell mode or solo challenge mode, rather than running through the entire dungeon, instead you want to come up this backside in the town for the teleporter. It doesn't show on the map, but it'll get you to the next zone faster. And the other thing, if you're not familiar with this dungeon, is after these mobs are killed, well, there we are. After these mobs are killed, everybody everywhere in the dungeon gets stunned and then teleported to the next boss. So you cannot leech this dungeon 100%. You gotta focus so that the boss doesn't get you. Oh, hello, Kilo. That should be good. Now, on the final boss here, it's only in Hell mode, so you can't use it in party mode. You gotta run through all the extra area of the map in party mode, but at least in Hell mode, you can take the shortcut. Hell mode and solo challenge. Alrighty, next up. Oh, this one's got the, I'm probably gonna have to use the keyboard for this one. Put that back. I don't have my immunity idol on. And the second boss deals quite a bit of damage with its mechanics. Oh, there's not even any experience here. There's no reason to go after mobs at all. No reason to go after chests at all either, but I like them. I can't walk past a chest. That wasn't as bad as I was expecting. When I'm fighting alone, basically, in order to break his shield, you've got to kill the little forget-me-nots that spawn around him. But each time you kill a forget-me-not, you take 25% of your max HP as damage, so obviously, killing 4 of them will take you out. So I'm not very comfortable on that one alone on a controller, because it's pretty, you have to be careful about who you're targeting and whatnot, right? And that's the one thing I can't do comfortably on a controller, is specifically choose what I'm targeting. But otherwise, we're both extremely over-leveled for this dungeon. These guys do drop a bit of gold, so it's not complete, or silver, I suppose. So it's not completely useless to fight them, but I'm not getting any experience. So for efficiency's sake, I shouldn't bother. I see we both went for the same pole here. I actually started going to that one first because during the main quest, you have to kill that one first in the first round of the little event quest thing. That way I wouldn't forget which one it was. These big guys are kinda... I should be fine for the boss. The big gators are kind of annoying. Yes, 90%. You know, I'm thinking I'm a lot further behind than I was. Like, I think I got a lot more experience a lot quicker when I was on my, my Whipmaster, so I might have to look back and see what I did. Probably more quests. Oh, Norcast, thanks for joining for the dungeons bit, but I am going to go back to main quests for a bit now, so if you just want to vibe in the party for a bit, feel free. Gotta turn in the quests, though. Oh, have fun. Thanks for joining. Thanks for leaving your other game for me for a bit. Oh shoot, I didn't have my jack-o'-lantern out. Oh yeah, let's go through all of them. That should be fine. Yes, all the buffs are on. Perfect time to get another cup of coffee. There we are. Okay, what map is next? Gonna be... Oh, yeah, before I could type thanks, I'm too slow. Thanks again for running with me, Norcas. It's pretty! And the dailies are quick! So, yes, I like this map quite a bit. I saw what you put in the Discord, yeah. Although, I actually haven't played Silent Hill. That's the name of the game, right? I'm not sounding even more ridiculous than intended. Well, I didn't play the original either. It's a horror game, right? I don't do horror. Horror is bad for my heart. That sounds even worse for my heart. Horror is bad for my heart. Tragedy is also bad for my heart. Alright, make this as fast as possible. Did I really forget to link Odin, the one that I cared the most about? So I really, really like the S30 dungeon just because of how many mobs there is in it. That one that I normally do first. But this one can't be beat in terms of the speed. It's such a fast one. Nice quick run. When I need golden dragon points, I come here. They're pretty fast. Obscure Temples, yeah, that one takes a while to beat. It's quite nice looking inside. Like, if you look around, it's actually quite pretty. Which is a shame that they made it such a pain to run through. But I think everybody's least favorite is usually Dawn Passage, isn't it? With the carts? I think I usually take the third one. And I'm gonna need more books. Glowing Floodplain. No, I think it's the bad day. Yeah, it's the bad day. Hello, Ludic. I'm pretty excited to see it, especially the new systems. But I'm not sure if I'm going to switch over full-time to that game or anything, because I really like what I've got going on over here with my costumes and whatnot. But I am excited to see what all the new systems are like, especially if the ones that they like the most, they move over to our version 2 maybe in the future. Okay, I swear I say this every time I have to fight here, but these guys are called dusk iguanas. The yellow ones should have been called midday iguanas to be times of day. This map has a bunch of mobs named after times of day, and yet still they didn't name any of them midday. Oh shoot, no, I should do the dungeon first. Actually, I should turn in first. "92%, 8% to go. We got this. In the bag." Not Thundering Abyss, not a fan of that one. And yeah, no experience on any mobs now, so it's not really worth the time to fight them when I can avoid it. Neither are these chests worth it, but I just can't run past them. Oh, I'm in S10 dungeons right now, but I'm only running the hell mode once because it's for the quest. Nothing, there's no, time-wise, it doesn't make sense to continue running party modes when you're not getting any experience at all. Suppose it could be argued that it may not be worth running the party modes, or the hell modes, but I don't know, there's a chance of getting a little bit extra dragon point if you run it in hell. Yeah, these guys are doing nothing for me. Oh, I didn't even realize that I switched back to keyboard. Oh well. They don't actually publish the statistics for the players, so it's hard to say. I think publishing the statistics for older games like this could be a double-edged sword, because there's people that don't want to play it because they don't know how many people are playing, but as soon as the numbers start going down at all, it kind of drives players away, right? Even if it's not really that bad of a change. Ever since they merged the servers, it's definitely felt a lot more lively, and it's been super nice having everybody all together. But I wonder what Impact is going to do to that. Because, I mean, I think a pretty good majority of players are going to want to try the new one, right? Even if they don't stick around? I mean, I'm going to try it. But if you're debating whether or not to start playing, I would say right now, unless you just really want to start a game right now, it might be in your best interest to just stand by and wait for Impact. Did I pour another cup of coffee and not add one here? That's not acceptable. And in case anybody's worried about my health, it's okay. It's actually an extremely small cup. That way if I knock it over, I don't lose too much. Yes, Impact is the same publisher. we go. Yeah, I made iced coffee and I put it in my big water bottle. And then I'm pouring it, and then I've noticed that that water bottle is extremely loud if I drink from it while I'm live. So I'm pouring it into a tiny little cup, but that also means that I get to drink a lot of cups of coffee. Oh, ho, ho. I think I kind of want to make that one a little bit big. There we go. I do need more fragments, so I'll take that. Should be at 93. Yeah, but the downside of having a large cup is that if I spill it, it makes a gigantic mess. Whereas for this one, if I spill it, it's just a small mess. Although if I was actually smart, I would have had a small towel nearby as well, considering how many times I have spilled a cup while I'm live. But it's okay, it's cold. Nobody's gonna get burnt. And actually, since I've got a smaller keyboard now, there's a little bit more space, so maybe I'll spill it less. If you do, you gotta make sure to share it with me. Do I still have my... You know what? I should use a barred one. Well, SKT, what I would need to have on impact to move there would be to find what's going on there more fun. Because for me, I probably tell by the fact that I don't spend money. I don't go for like the ultra perfect min-maxed gear. I just like my dungeons and chill vibes. So I like my Eidolons because they're pretty. Look how pretty this guy is. He's very pretty. I like him. So I would need to have something there that's more fun than what I'm getting out of this version. I know for a lot of players that have spent a bit of money, they feel a little bit more invested, almost sunk cost into a game and wouldn't want to switch, but for me it's definitely more... I've got a limited amount of time that I can spend goofing around, and I want that time to be enjoyable. So as I was talking about earlier, if the new mechanics that they've got built, like especially around the Eidolons being able to infuse skills with new effects or new AoEs and that, if that makes the gameplay itself more enjoyable, then there's a solid chance that I would move over, but it's got to be enough to outpace the fun that I can have on this account, right? 93, there we go. 7% to go. We are getting pretty, the quests are getting kinda lean here too, so I wonder whether or not I can actually finish it in the next hour. I was hoping it wouldn't take more than 4 hours. Oh yeah, yeah. Definitely planning on playing both, at least for a little while. I don't know. Part of me says probably not. Probably no chance of me actually straight up quitting this version. But like I said, we have a limited amount of time to goof around on a daily basis, and just in general in life. So if I'm not finding the other server to be very enjoyable to play, I don't think I would, like, just try to make content for it or something because that's what people want to see. I do the things that I enjoy, right? I don't know. I've been playing Aura Kingdom for a very long time. Like, I started playing, as you might know, when the game first came out on open beta. I started a character on the day that it came out. So, obviously I like it a lot, right? It's hard to say that there would be a reason why I would start quitting, or quit immediately, but you never know what's coming down the pipeline. Well, I guess we kind of do, because we get a year's notice, but we'll see. Never say never, they say, right? That one. I wonder if I could beat Ancient Oregon on this character. No, focus. Did my experience buffs all go away? Yeah. So I can pop another one then. There we are. That's my last one. Yeah, no more bridal bouquets left. Yeah, probably do a real quick. Here we are. I know I shouldn't fight the chests, but I just can't. I can't ignore them. Alright. Probably go down to 90s for the quest. And then I got some more dungeons to run, I guess. Where is our next map? Our next map is Drowsy Cave. Oh, Drowsy Cave's a bad one today. So I know there's like a Tanuki mount that you can use where you can glide without having to remount, but oh, for sure. But the amount of time it takes you to get to end game really just depends on how much free time you have to play games, right? Like, if I sit down, actually, I was planning on doing this, but now I'm not sure just because of the impact situation. But I was gonna sit down and try to grind my way to level 100 straight on my new account rather than on my main account, because I know on my main account it takes about 11 hours to get to level 100. So if you think about it, if you can play an hour a day, that's 11 days. But the amount of time that you can play depends on like what's going on in your life, right? So absolutely, even if you don't spend money. It's just really a time thing. So I probably play only for about oh gosh, I want to say 2 hours a week on Scrub. Scrub being my alt account that doesn't have number one, no money spent. Number two, no benefits of being a long time player. So she's on her own. She doesn't get. I don't send her stuff from my main account. I buy stuff off of her occasionally myself because I run Paragon on her. So there's a bit of exchange there, but she doesn't get the benefits of having the archive and whatnot. With 2 hours a day, 2 hours a week, and that's a bit on the generous side. She's at level, what, S18 right now? So that's pretty close to end game. If someone were playing specifically just that one character, they would absolutely be much further along than I was, or than I am. Your ability to progress in an MMO like Order Kingdom is not locked to your ability to spend money. It's really just time. What do you mean, what did the elite boss do? He was living and standing in front of me. What was I going to do except take him out? Well, it's a good thing you can't do it to my tier. Yeah, this is my least favorite day for doing, like, it alternates between days which quests are up on the maps. There's 2 sets that you can have. This is the day that I like the least. That's Lassie, it's fine for you to do whatever you like to your tier, but if you touch mine, we're gonna have to fight. And I think I'd win. Hmm? Piercing? You mean AP? The armor piercing? Armor piercing only comes into play when you get to, I suppose I should run the dungeon while I'm up here. Armor piercing only comes into play once you get to the, there's one S1 dungeon, the Nightmare Realm, and then it comes into play once you get the S15s. So when it was first introduced, you're right, there was very few sources for it, but nowadays you get it just by forting up your armor. And in my last video that I did about Order Kingdom Impact, where they said they're taking it out, yeah, I agree, because right now armor piercing is kind of a sucky stat for the fact that it's basically just artificially increases the length of time it takes for a boss that you could otherwise nuke. That's really all it is. It also helps to bring a party, but, you know, they're trying to make an MMO require a party? What a shock. However, unlike when it first came out, where there was really very few ways to get a hold of it, nowadays it's just, you know, you fort up your armor and you got enough. So really it's just an armor fort check. That being said, they're taking it out of Order Kingdom Impact, so that's another reason why you might consider trying that one. Was there armor piercing on the costume archive though? Oh no, it's just got 7 pen. It doesn't have armor piercing. And in general, pen, like I said, when I was talking to the guy earlier about the enchantments, you can get a pretty decent amount just from your armor enchantments, although I think mine aren't S30. Oh. Armor piercing! I don't really like the pen system either. I feel like it might be better. Like, the pen system just kind of... What I don't like about the pen system isn't its existence or how it works. That's fine. Especially since nowadays you can get the enchantment cards on your gear and generally be able to have enough. Obviously, for the really, really challenging content, you're going to need some Eidolon archive for that. But, like, how hard would it be to make it so that when you mouse over this shield, it tells you how much pen you need to break their shield fully? Like, how hard would that be? It doesn't make any sense that there's no way to know in-game how much you need. Well, Lodek, it's because I find it fun. This is probably gonna sound really, really, like, lame, but... Oh, did I turn it? I forgot to turn in the quest. Good job, me. But I really like the way that the combat feels. It's not really about the graphics at all for me in terms of, like, how modern they are. Because, number one, I think the style is cute. But number two, I like the way that the game feels to play. Like, if my vision went down to, like, 20%, I would still find it fun to play, I think, because the way that the combat feels when you're fighting things, I like the jump casting. I know it's not for everyone. I think I was really surprised how many people said that they wish they would get rid of the animation canceling with jumping. But I find it fun. So, when I was playing the trial for Final Fantasy XIV, I actually found like I know it's the beginning of the game, and you're not, obviously it's not going to be the way the combat feels in endgame, but I found it was kind of like just stand there and use skill. It's boring. I like being able to run around while I'm fighting and whatnot. And like I said, I know I've seen later gameplay from Final Fantasy XIV, but the feeling that I got when I started just was bad. But you know what? It's fine for people to like different kinds of games, right? In fact, I think that the more different tastes there are in games, the better, because then you've got all sorts of ways for different developers to reach the people that will like the kind of stuff that they do. So I totally get if you're looking at this game and thinking it's 10 years old, why on earth are they re-releasing it with the same graphics? But there's a lot of people that really like the style. And the energy that the game has in terms of like the way that the combat feels to play is really appealing to a lot of people as well. So there's totally reasons to like this game even if it's 10 years old. Oh gosh, what other games are 10 years old now that I would still play? Wait. No, it's more than 10 years old now, but... I know there was a remaster for Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, but for example, that's another game that's got really dated graphics, but they aged super gracefully, like the GameCube version. So, not everything's about just the way that it looks, right? If I had to say though, I kind of wish that this game was a little bit less demanding on your computer, considering the way that it looks, but it's been relatively poorly optimized. Yeah, when you look at indie games, for example, a lot of really beloved indie games are not exactly selling themselves on the graphics alone, right? It's more to do with the way that the game is put together and the way that it feels to play and the way that it makes you feel as you play it, right? Exactly. I wasn't going to say Undertale because I haven't actually played it, but that's exactly what I was thinking. Me just about to run into a Bond dungeon. Back in the day that I played, I didn't like the boss, the way that the endgame dungeon works. Well, as you saw, the way that I fight the dungeon bosses is that I'm not at the level where I can one-shot them. Obviously here I'm 39 levels above the dungeon level, so I'm doing that. But I'm certainly not one-shotting the endgame bosses. But I do like feeling strong. I am soloing these party bosses, right? Even at endgame? The real hardest boss in the game. Hearts. So, like, when people talk about the Endless Abyss set, and this is a bit of a sore spot because it is basically pay to win, like pay to win gear, right? But it's not necessary. For the majority of the game, you're not going to need something that absurdly strong. And if you were actually fighting in parties the way you were supposed to, rather than trying to get one person to carry it, it's not like one person. It's not like you need one person with that set to be able to do the top floor of Voe. It's just going to take a while. And I feel like they kind of have screwed up in the way that they balanced the game because everybody got so used to like completely nuking things that nobody wants to sit and fight for 10 minutes on the top floor of the Vault of Eternity. I did once with a friend when we were under-geared and we were on Vault of Eternity floor 9 and we just hacked it out for 10 minutes and just barely beat it. It's satisfying, but the rest of the game is so fast-paced that it makes sense that there's a lot of people that feel like they need to get the gear that's going to make even those endgame dungeons be one-shots, right? Like, I get why that kind of mentality is there, but I've never felt like I need to save up to buy those off of other players or something. Almost 95. We're getting close, guys. Now it's time for one of Lousy's favorite dungeons, right? Obscure Temple? Big fan? So it's the defensive part that you're still struggling with. So the majority of the bosses, I don't feel like I would get one-shot anymore. I did put a pretty decent amount of time into like getting a nice set of armor though. Drawing tier and address. Uh-oh. Oh. I just realized I have a bunch of notifications on Discord. What the heck is going on? Nope. Nope. Sorry, didn't realize my character was running on the same spot there while I looked in Discord. Nothing important. I switched to Chib for my next one. I'm still deciding what class I want to level up next. I'm leaning towards Wizard. Because Wizard is super, super, super fun to play. Like, the attack speed, the AoE's really satisfying. I definitely think it's worth a shot to give Impact a fair shake. Because especially... and I really hate to say this, but I think especially for new players, it's going to be a much more friendly environment because you're not going to have anybody that's got 10 years of back history. Everybody's starting on the same foot. So I think for newbies, Impact is definitely going to be what I would recommend. But I still think that it's possible to catch up in the regular one. Like, this is your best free-to-play armor or accessory set right here, Agni, and it's available in the encyclopedia for 0 gold. Anybody can get their hands on this. In fact, I think if you were to save your everybody that starts gets a support cube, and the supplies inside the support cube would be enough to get you a free Agni. Would it be a whole one? Maybe just one part. I don't remember how many emblems you get in the support cube. But either way, there's a lot of sources for the things that you need to get Agni, and that is the best accessory set. So that makes gearing up significantly less expensive now than before Agni was available. Your armor recipes, they're all crafted. It's not like you're buying armor off of other players. Weapons, right up until S25. You can get those out of the encyclopedia as well. Like, there's a lot of things they've done over the years to make it easier for people that are coming by later to catch up. But I think to start, Impact might be the way to go, just because everybody's starting from 0 there. Everybody's on the same foot. Which I hate to say because I want more people to play. I spent the last half an hour complaining about the minute things that I dislike about the game. But I can't help it. I still like it. Now, something that I didn't mention in the last video I did for Oriflame Impact was that in the note where they had all of the adjustments last time, they actually put at the very end that there's going to be one more in June. So I don't know whether or not that means to expect late June or perhaps July for the release, but they did say Q2. So I just feel like it's probably going to be late June. If they've still got contests running until the start, like pre-release contests going until the start of June, and another developer's note in June. Boy, every time you say something, I feel like I try not to be negative or anything about it, but I kind of wish that I didn't get hooked on an MMO. Like, I kind of wish that I had found a nice offline game because, you know, it would be nice to be playing a game that didn't have a cash shop period, right? But it's been my comfort game for a very long time. And I've said this in other videos, but I feel like almost because the UI and whatnot is quite dated, it's kind of built from the time before all of the, like, flashy animations designed to kind of get you hooked on the gambling tables and whatnot, right? Like, there's nothing super flashy going on that triggers the dopamine when you get good rolls on the gambling table. And of course, they give us free tokens every week, so here, I'll use one to show you what I mean. It's really low-key, so as compared to like modern gachas where you have like the huge fancy animations and then you get like the moment of anticipation before you see what it is that you got. Oh look, I got a fancy item and it rolled my name across the top, but there was literally no animation. There was literally nothing that would make me want to to gamble more, right? Do we take it? Or do I go for the big prize? I should take it. They were in the midst of reworking all of the... see, what I was trying to point out with there was the fact that it doesn't have the flashy animations that trigger the way that like gacha animations do. But anyway, sure, lousy. They were in the middle of reworking all of the classes, so I don't know what point you had come in, but it may be that they still hadn't done the rework for the Tachi. Because the Tachi now has extra pen built into their kit. Every class does now. And of course, in Impact, you're going to be able to change your main class, so you don't need to level up a bunch of characters. Gosh, we should be getting the Warbow rework soon, too. I need to redo footage of the current Warbow skills. Gosh, well, Lodic, I've said it before as well, and I just feel like saying that so that people know that I know that I'm repeating myself. And I'm sorry if it gets repetitive, but gacha is really hard for me because I really easily get hooked on the mechanics and whatnot, right? So like I play Genshin Impact, of course. And right now I'm quite staunchly in the position of I would not pull for characters on a live stream because I feel like that's setting a really bad precedent, and I don't want people seeing that and feeling it being normalized, like spending money or getting a bunch of pulls and stuff. So I'm super anti-gacha, despite the fact that I freaking love Genshin. The cognitive dissonance is killing me too. But whereas in Genshin, I have to like constantly be fighting that part of my brain. Well, I don't know the exact period of time when you were playing, but they might have added more? They have done like double reworks on some of the classes now. Tachi is still quite unpopular though. Alright, nothing from those guys. May as well get out. Alright, are we gonna... Alright, the next dungeon reset is in half an hour, but I've still got the solo modes over at the S31. Just trying to work out the most efficient way to do this. Probably want to head over at about 10 minutes too. I think if we get to 98% on... I don't think I'll get there, but 98% on quests would be ideal, and then there's 2% left to grind out in dungeons. I mean, I don't need to say out loud how much I love Genshin. I'm literally listening to the music right now. That's all three, yes. Alright, so I think 97 from the next two maps is probably where we'd end up stopping. Maybe we'll do a couple more maps. Oh, my feast ran out. Or my cuisine ran out. Okay, I've got more of those. It's right now when you start a new character, you actually get more of those cuisines with every single one of them. So I'm trying not. I get to be. I get being stingy with those kind of items. It feels like it's hard to use them, but I'm definitely trying to get over that and actually eating them when I'm doing stuff. Okay. Keep the focus up. Oh, I think I used one of the gold experience cards when I was running last time. That's why it was a little bit faster. I only brought the silver this time. Food is good. Oh yeah, there's all sorts of professions and whatnot if you were starting a new account. But again, that's something that they say they're gonna rework the benefits of on the new server, so... that might be the place for you! Oh gosh, when they talked about the alchemy rework, my brain just went giant eggs. I don't want to have to gather a couple hundred giant eggs. Got my pumpkin out. So when you click on people, you'll see their custom profile pictures if they've got them. But when they join your party, I believe it only shows them if they're your friends, or if you're whatchamacallit, or if you toggle the visibility by clicking on their nameplate. In case you were curious as to why you don't always see people's custom profiles. Right. Do I have any gold experience cards? Who needs more of those? Oh, I've got one left. Oh, they're so expensive and rare. Should I use one and just go? What else would I use it for? Gonna need one more of these. Yeah, we'll do one more map and then we'll hit the dungeons with the Super XP card. And then I think with the reset at 6, we should be good. Yeah, I got backpacks because I have alts that I want to level up, right? Like after I finish this character, I'm going to start working on more new alts, so I just haven't decided which one they're going to go on yet. There we go. I feel like it should be 97 here, and then we just have to do 3% in the dungeons. And then I'm finally free to have lunch. Actually, I had a grilled cheese before I started, but I kind of want another grilled cheese. I'm out of quest books again. Originally, I started creating every class because I wanted to be able to test bugs and reports for different classes. Oh, thank you, Lousy. It should be soon. No more than another hour at most. I hope. My stomach is grumbling now that I've mentioned food. Originally, I started making all of the different classes because I wanted to be able to test bugs and reports of things on certain classes, but ultimately, I don't know, it's just fun. After I finish, and before I fully end the stream, I'll head over to the login and show you. But basically, I'm just kind of, for the most part, I'll just run a quick dimension haul on most of my characters, not all of them, because I've got a lot. But that'll get you a decent amount of experience every day for very little time. And then when you're ready to actually start going hard, they're at least a decent level. You have to gear them up and whatnot, but at least they're a decent level. I'm West Coast, so it's almost 3 o'clock. If I was smart, I would have had more than a grilled cheese before we started. But not gonna lie, I wasn't anticipating it was gonna take over 4 hours, so I think it was the gold experience card, to be honest. I think when I was running the first time on my whip character, I used a gold experience card really early on in a dungeon run and got the most out of a 3-3. But that's my mistake. Keep forgetting that I've got the move speed on my dark trap. Okie dokie. Are we gonna hit 97? Probably not, huh? Nope, not quite. That's okay. Oh. Yeah, I better start here. I should grab a warp card, though. Maybe not. Actually, yeah, I'll grab a warp card. So I've got enough LP to spend it on silly things like this, but if you are still working on Eidolons and whatnot, do not buy warp cards with LP. You can get them in Navia from the I want to say it's the NPC who does the gathering NPC. You can buy them in Navia for gathering tokens. I, however, run a ridiculous amount of bond dungeons, so I've got LP to spare. Alright, card. Precious card. Food. Oh, I guess that doesn't help with card. I'm not very rich. Don't take this as rich. Rich in LP, though. Oh, I don't really want to waste too much time sitting around here staring at my stuff and hoping that I've got enough stats or enough things on, but let's go. Should probably switch back to controller now, too. Oh, I've got the detail. Oh, this is. I was gonna say I got the detail damage Classmaster certificate on, but this is solo mode, so damage doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, and then I should be on controller, because save a wrist. Oh boy, when you guys get old, not that I'm old. I'm not. I'm not old. Not that old. Boy, but once you start getting a little bit older and your back starts going... Really makes you miss the days when you were young and... Oh, the days when I could just lean back and play games for 12 hours straight. I think one of Tachi's main weaknesses is its area of effect, its AoE damage, because one of the main ways to get through a dungeon quickly is gathering up all the mobs quickly. So like on my gunslinger here, I got this nice big AoE that'll hit everything around me and I don't need a target, so it gathers them up. Tachi is lacking that, so it can't gather up mobs effectively, which means they're not great for soloing dungeons when you want to gather up mobs. And the other thing they're not great at is you kind of need to build up stacks before you can go into your power mode. Now, the one thing that it does have going for it is that some classes, when you're standing around waiting for a boss to spawn, you lose whatever charge you've got going from having like built up whatever energy you require. Tachi doesn't lose it, but it also builds up quite slowly compared to, say, Whipmaster. Like, my Whipmaster will build up stacks a lot faster. And the other thing is that I feel like they kind of nerfed the Soulstorm. And I know that the previous one, where you had to sit there and hold the key and your character would just slash over and over and over again. I know that doesn't really work because standing still kind of goes against what makes the game, I was gonna say fun, but it's not just the fun, it's just the flow of combat. You need to be able to cycle through your skills and get the ones that are going to debuff him properly. So it makes sense that they would have gotten rid of the whole Soulstorm for Itachi. But it just doesn't have the oomph that some of the other classes have. I mean, I play a Storm for my Itachi, and there's really only one Storm skill. It's a good one, but it doesn't have the kind of like it doesn't put down an AoE like my guns here does. It doesn't have an area of effect that persists on the field for the Storm skill. It doesn't have, I mean, it has a little, like, it sends out rays that hit things. It's just lacking a couple of the comforts of other classes without having a ridiculous amount of DPS to make up for it. Like, if you think about Chib, the Starcaller class, they also don't really have a great way to gather mobs as you're running through, but their lightning damage is so next level that it doesn't matter. Which is why I was thinking that if you can really massively affect the way that the AoEs work with the Eidolon Infusion system in Aura Kingdom Impact, it would really breathe a bunch of life into those kind of classes. The classes that are just lacking that something to make up for the way that their kit works. Like I was saying earlier, Duelist. I think Duelist could benefit a lot from having a lot more AoE, because then not only do they have the ridiculous nuke skill once you get it built up, if they've also had to gather in dungeons, they'd be the most popular class, I think. I think that duelists have the highest potential for single hit damage in the game. And some people say that it's not single hit damage if you have to build it up. Like, you have to build up stacks for it, but I disagree. So I think I might, I don't know. Obviously I want to try the new class once Impact comes out, but I wonder if I might be able to, like, really goof around with what's going on with Duelist once I've got the ability to add, like, AoE effects to my skills. And I don't know how long that'll take, but it feels like it could be a lot of fun. Oh. I shouldn't have mentioned the grilled cheese. My stomach is literally grumbling at me. And that's not a cup of coffee? Right, that should be both solo modes there. Yes. So then we're gonna teleport over to prison. and I shouldn't goof around and add a cup of coffee because I've got the fancy card on, but... coffee. To my understanding, yeah, they're adding a system to switch element on your skills for the new class. But what I'm thinking that's gonna be is it's just gonna be that the weapon mastery side, like the this thing where you pick a side. I'm guessing that it's gonna be that one of them adds different elements to the, or each side adds different elements to your skills, rather than being like an actual like swapping element on the fly kind of thing. I don't know for sure, but that's my impression. And yes, Narcas, I'm doing okay. Um, I think I realized the reason why last time I was doing this, it took significantly less time was because I used a gold EXP card, and it might be a bit of a waste to have used one now, but I went for it. I used the fancy card. Or what? Do I after I finish the dungeon, do I put on a cube and go get a piece of toast so you guys can watch my character for me? No. Can you imagine if I get to 99.999% and then I just cube the last 1%? Or 0.01%? Ooh, more dramatic music. Yeah, those gold cards really are worth it. I believe, actually, when I was kind of trying to rush on my main character, Midday, the bow. Another unpopular class, by the way, bow. But when I was trying to rush Bow to Awakening, Goddess, the leader of Transcendent, actually gave me 10 of those gold cards, I believe. And I was being stingy because they're so rare, and I was so thankful for it that I ended up just trying to use as few as possible. And I believe this is the last one that Goddess gave me, so this here last spurt is all thanks to Goddess from Transcendent. So, after I finish, I'm gonna send her a message on Discord and say thank you for getting me to lunch faster. I was gonna say I saw a chest, but I got it. Alright, 7 minutes remaining before... Oh, more like 8 minutes remaining before it is set, because it's 1 minute after the hour change. I wonder if it was intentional that they made the resets after the hour change? Because I feel like that would be something they could very easily... Oh. Did I not finish the achievements in solo mode here? Holy. Whoops. Really? Neat. Yeah, okay, we'll do this one first. Alright, so I started this dungeon at about 98.4. Let's see what we actually get for a run. Well, don't worry, I don't think you'll miss it. Still got a little bit of time here. They are getting close, though. I should not have said the words grilled cheese out loud, though. Gosh, my stomach was actually so loud there that I would not be shocked if you could hear it on the mic. I can see that it did not trigger it, but... Thank you, background noise suppression. Alright, I'm gonna take a risky bet here. If those mobs get up in my business and I get stunned, I'm done in a second. Oh. Hey, nice. I guess like I should relog again, though. Starting to get there. No, we go, we go. Alright, so that was about 0.2%. A little over 0.2%. How much coffee do I even have? Oh, there's not much coffee left either. It's do or die moment. Oh, my weapons are break. I didn't buy another. I only had 2 of my store cards. Oh, I gotta get another store card. Alright. You guys can take a break. Oh, no, they killed him instantly. That didn't work. Gotta repair. Gotta not die. Grocery store card. And again, I would not recommend using grocery store cards as a backup for repair. If you're low on LP, I would recommend just heading over to the yeah. Oh no! My VTube camera just died, so you're gonna have to deal with my character staring at you for a moment. Of course, with this timing. But as I said, it's actually my phone, so I literally just let my phone just die because I forgot to plug it in. Phew, I'm smart. Well. That's a little unnerving, so I'm gonna put her away for a minute. Unfortunately, it's just gonna be that way. You guys can stare at the coffee. The coffee is now me. Yeah. To be fair, if the stream had taken as long as I expected it to take, which was about 4 hours tops, it would have been perfect timing. So really, my phone was just on a death timer. How very sad. Wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. You guys it'll be completely perfect. And not blurry at all. Alright, we take that, and we're just gonna make him. Whoop! I made the coffee big. Coffee can be big, smaller. It's not blurry at all. It's perfectly fine. Oh, let's put that on the good charger. There we go. Oh, good night. I was too slow. I'm sorry. If I had gone a little bit faster, you would have made it to Cap. It looks so ridiculous. I love it. 10 out of 10. Oh, and it reset, so we're heading over to the bloody place or whatever it is again. Much more efficient for experience. We got this. Is it worth fighting all these guys? Probably not. They're kind of spread out. Alright, alright. Hey, I have this! I'm doing just fine, thanks. Oh, gosh. Alright, Red Rock Blood Palace, let's go! Well, if you couldn't tell, I'm a little bit flustered. Hell mode. Alright. We have 1.1% to go. Oh, my stuff is looking good. I could probably pop on a couple more buffs real quick. Oh, we should look at that. My phone just turned back on. I don't think it's a smart idea to just immediately get it going again, though, so bear with me. I'd like her back for when I actually get there, though. Buffs, buffs. I was looking for that one. Ooh, I didn't mean to aggro the boss. Oh well, I guess I did. Hello, Deza, you're just in time for everything to go wrong. But we almost made it. We're almost done. As you can see, my my VTuber model is slightly less emotive than normal. Alright, let's see. There we are. Yeah, I should probably do that as well. I'm just a real mess today. Ba 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 ba. Oh boy. Oh, did I actually accidentally corrupt the application or something? It's not even opening anymore. That's cool. No, they did not. So I was not able to get my Linkmaster emblems. 99%! Let's go! Things can only go better from here, right? It can't possibly go any worse. Oh, I think we're connected again. Hold on. Oh, leave it to you to remind me how to tempt fate. Alright, you can actually just sit there. And, unlock that. Ignore the fact that I don't have anything below my waist. There, now he's just ominously there behind me. Perfect. This is the moral support that I needed today. You know, haven't had any bears breaking into the house. Not an issue that I've had to deal with leading up to now, so thank you for tempting fate. Ah, yes, the old tornadoes taking away my frame rate. Alright, so if you remember, that last dungeon that we did was, what, 0.02%? And we've already gotten 0.4% before we've even beaten the second boss in this one. So this dungeon really is, like, the best for experience. Man. I really should have relogged. I know it doesn't help a significant amount in this dungeon just because of how many mobs there are, but I still should have. It would have been a little bit better. It's fine. We got this. What the heck, that'll help. There's gotta be like an efficient way of actually gathering up all these mobs, but... Alright. Everybody attack the decoy! Oh, no! Will they go after the decoy? Yes! They didn't lose the aggro. On most of them. I might have bit off more than I can chew here with the current frame rate. Watch my computer shut down. Or something ridiculous. Alright, so that was 0.6% from one dungeon. So one more dungeon, and we should be good. So yeah, it was kind of a waste to use the gold EXP card here, but I definitely should have used it earlier. But as they say, hindsight is 20/20. And grilled cheese is delicious. I cannot wait to finish and make another grilled cheese. Hindsight is 20/20. As in, if I had known how expensive computer parts would be in 2020, I would have bought a computer before 2020. Alright, this should do it. You ready, guys? I'm just waiting for something else to go catastrophically wrong. Oh boy. It should be fine to bring him to the bosses here. Come on. Let's go. Easy. This next set of mobs should do it. I'll be free. Animal 4. Come on. Oh, the frames dropping like that is just... Ah. I should implement a policy of just re-logging every time I start this dungeon in a set. But this should do it. This set of mobs? No? There we go! The deed is done! We are cap level. Now I am free to go have my grilled cheese. I'll make grilled cheese. Thank you! Could use some more fanfare, I suppose. If I was smart, I would have had some kind of song queued up to play as like a victory tune, but... But I do like this song. We don't really need experience anymore, so I may as well just run right for the boss, huh? And I probably shouldn't have eaten those experience books. I should have given those to an alt. Oh well. I'm definitely not going to regret bringing all the mobs here because all the extra tornadoes will take him out real quick. Wait, World boss and Birdie and stuff. No, I was gonna say last time we did one of these, we ended up finishing off the video with fighting a world boss, so I was debating whether or not to go take out another world boss, but I in fact am super hungry, so I would like to get my hands on that grilled cheese that I've been taunting myself with for the last half hour or so. But I did promise someone, I don't know if they're still here, that I would show my alt characters so they could see where my levels were at. So I'll go ahead and do that real quick. Announce the names of all my alt characters to everybody. And then that's gonna be it for today. Alrighty, so here I got, obviously Midday is my number one with the bow class. Love her. Might try to get Philosophia, the wizard to Awakening next. Midi is here because I needed to have a bow character that had below level 60 mastery, so she's for testing out stuff on the new warbow setup once the masteries, or once they've changed the weapon mastery and skills and whatnot. These guys are all the ones that I got from the server merges, so they're just kind of vibing. And then here's my main characters here. So I got my Whipmaster, and then I might do Starcaller next. I don't know, it's a toss-up between Wizard or Starcaller. If I can't decide, maybe I'll put a poll up or something. But that is going to be it for today, because I could really use a hot coffee after all this cold coffee, as well as a grilled cheese. So I'm going to go make a grilled cheese. Thank you so much for the company while grinding and failing very hard at everything at the last minute. I can't believe that happened. Why did I not plug it in? It should have been plugged in from the start. But anyway, that's all. Bye! Gosh, I'm still miserable at ending streams.